Assalamu alaikum. For anybody who would like to take a photo with the Dal'ona Dabka team, you're more than welcome to. We'll be sat on the stage for a little before we head out to take a couple photos. So if you'd like to take photos, inshallah, please come on stage. Dal'ona, Shabab Dal'ona, come on stage, please.
Yeah, we can do a group picture. We can do a group picture. right there, yeah. Alright, let's do something natural. Ready?
عادي يلا عادي Hello, hello. It's working. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. If everyone would like to get seated, we're about to get started with our program. And we've paused the exhibition for the exhibitors for now, just for a short speaking program. So good afternoon. First of all, thank you so much for being here. Thank you to the incredible DEPCA group. I hope you all enjoyed that performance. My name is Yaqeen. I am proud to serve on the board of AAAT AP. I focus on social media and marketing. I actually started my journey in aviation through recruitment marketing, helping connect talent opportunities across the industry. And while I've since pivoted out of aviation, it's still something that's very, very close to me, which brings us to where we're at today. Aviation is an industry that brings people together, it opens doors, and it creates pathways that are truly global. And that's a big part of why today is really special. So first of all, I'd like to warmly welcome you all to the first ever AAAP Summit. This is a pretty big milestone, so you being here and making history with us really means a lot and is a great step forward for the aviation community in general. So yeah, give yourselves all a round of applause. This summit has actually been months in the making, and it's really rewarding to see familiar faces, but also to see new connections being made, and just a shared energy around building something that's really, really meaningful and impactful for this entire community. I want to take a moment also to acknowledge all the exhibitors that came, so everyone take a moment to thank them for making the time, for making the trips out here, who are here to help you with your aviation journey and invested their time in your future. They're really, really an important part of what it takes to make these events possible. We have a really exciting program lined up. We have voices and perspectives from across aviation and beyond, whether it's through panels that we're going to do, some of our great guest speakers, or again, through our exhibitors that we have here today. So with that, it's my pleasure to introduce our president, Yahya Ubaid, and he's gonna kick us off with some opening remarks. So thank you all so much again. Yahya.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the Arab American Aviation Professionals, I'd like to welcome you all. Like Yaqeen said, it's been a 6-month journey. I went back to our WhatsApp group to see when we started this. And I'm like, 6 months ago, wow. Some of our volunteers left here at midnight last night, so I want to thank our volunteers. I want to thank our partners, our exhibitors, and most importantly, Vaughn College for being our main sponsor for today's event. I look forward to meeting everyone. This is the purpose of this meeting, is to meet aviation professionals, to meet other individuals in the industry. I just met an NYPD pilot who flies for the NYPD. Thank you for your service. And I would like to talk to him. We talk on the radio, but we don't meet face to face. So this is part of this. The purpose of this network and summit is to meet each other. So, 2002, a few months after 9/11, sad moment for our country. I've always wanted to be a pilot, and I thought this is a bad time to enter the industry. But nothing was going to stop me. January 2002, I started at Vaughn College, young kid, from Harlem, taking the M60 bus across the bridge. And I am extremely grateful to Vaughn College, to what they have given me, the education, the opportunities. I started in airport management, switched to airline management. They told me, take a minor in ATC. ATC's right there, air traffic control. And I knew I always needed a backup. This is a piece of advice that I'll give to everyone here. Always have a backup. So my backup was air traffic control. And I took the exam just because my friends were going to take the exam, not because I really cared about air traffic control. I feared air traffic control, just like most pilots starting. They think everyone in the tower is a mean person. We're not mean, we're nice people. You just have to meet us to understand. So I went and I took the exam with a few friends. We actually had to go to New Jersey. We got lost. We paid the toll like 7 times coming back from New Jersey. Don't ask me why. We switched drivers. We still paid the tolls 3 more times. We just kept getting lost. But we found our way. Many of us are in aviation, whether pilots or air traffic controllers. 2007, 2008 was also a moment in our industry where the economy was down. And my backup started looking really good. Working for the government, you can't go wrong. You always get paid. Guaranteed to get paid. Sometimes it's late, but you'll get paid. And I'm glad I took that step. I'm glad I had that backup to become an air traffic controller. Currently, I'm an air traffic control supervisor at JFK Airport. I've been there since 2008. It's one of the best professions, the best jobs. I mean, I go in there and I work that job with pride, with service. I love it. I just love doing it. And I hope to retire from JFK. And once I'm mandated to retire, because at some point you got to get old, I'll go back to fly-in, because that's still my dream. So we have, I mentioned earlier, Vaughn College. They opened up a lot of opportunities for me. Like I said, a young kid from Harlem, working in a bodega in my father's store, studying, going to college. A lot of those customers that saw me grow up, they see me now walking through the streets of Harlem, and they're like, wow, you finished school? I said, yeah, I finished school. So they were very, very proud of me. And it's a proud moment for our organization. We've come a long way, started in 2017, going to community centers, mosques, inspiring the next generation of pilots, air traffic controllers, flight engineers, anyone who wants to work at the airport. And, you know, we say JFK is the gateway to America, and it is. That's where a lot of us landed when we first came to America, is at JFK. And to be able to work there and to retire from there, it is a true honor. So I'd like to introduce our guest of honor, our main sponsor for today's event, Dr. Sharon DeVivo, president of Vaughn College.
So can we just have a big round of applause for Yahe? You know, there's students that you remember, and Yahe was always one of those. And it is amazing that you are giving back so much to your community, right? We know that some of the biggest barriers is awareness, right? A lot of people think aviation's flight attendants and pilots, and that's all you can do. And Yahe, you are an amazing role model and example of what is possible, right? And that providing that opportunity to your community is incredible. So thank you again. So there are a lot of graduates in the room. Could grads just wave your hand, everybody who's a graduate? Yeah, it's terrific. Yeah, we are so fortunate. So we're in Queens, not far, 20 minutes. I used to live in Morris Park. I know how long it takes to get from here to there. Right across the street from LaGuardia Airport. We've been there since 1941. We were actually founded in 32 in Newark. Offer degrees and certifications in all aspects of aviation, engineering, management, and technology. I'm fortunate today to have 2 of my wonderful colleagues, Vice President for Training, Dominic Proscia, who manages everything we do at the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration, and Dr. Mohammed Banala, who is from this neighborhood and was part of this community, who teaches in our engineering department. So if you have questions about any of those programs, please feel free to stop by, and we're happy to answer them. You know, aviation, for most of its history, has been represented by one kind of person, right? And doesn't necessarily reflect, especially in New York, the communities that we serve. And so Vaughn is really happy that over the course of our history, we have reflected the latest immigrant wave to New York City, right? So there are times where we're all German, all Italian. Now we're Bangladeshi and Hispanic and Arab, and it's wonderful. And the piece that I want you to walk away from today, from what I say, is that we are the best institution in the country, in the North and in New York City, at moving students from the bottom 20% of income to the top. So we're not just changing your story, we're changing your whole family story and generations of your family. You know, part of why I do what I do, and Dom and Mohammed as well, what gets us excited is really seeing you be successful. And so having students come back to us and say, I just bought my parents a house, or, right, I mean, that's awesome. Or I bought my family a house, or it changed my life, right? That's one of the major advantages to going to an institution like Vaughn, because we are very specialized. We have incredible industry connections, right? So if you're interested in air traffic control, you can talk to the supervisor at JFK, right? If you're interested in airline management, we had a whole group of students yesterday talking to one of the heads of FedEx, right? Those are the kinds of opportunities that we have all the time for students, and it's what helps to get you on a path for a really successful career. That's why 97% of our students are employed or continuing their education within 1 year of graduation. And that statistic has been over 90% in my 30 years at Vaughn, only one time, and during COVID, it dipped down a little bit. But we will not produce enough employees for the aviation, aerospace, and related industries. So air traffic controllers, maintenance technicians, pilots, engineers, for the next 20 years, right? And that doesn't even include the really exciting piece, and I'm gonna be at a press conference on Monday with air taxis, right? So electric vertical takeoff and landing vehicles that will go from Manhattan to LaGuardia, Manhattan to Newark. They'll be very quiet. They won't be as loud as helicopters. This is a whole new industry that is not even factored into the demand that we already seek, right? So just any job you can think of, you can do in aviation. And so we're really excited to sponsor. Thank you, Yahe, so much for allowing us to be part of today. And I hope this will be just the first of many that we're able to support and that you are able to host as a community to really introduce folks to the amazing, wonderful careers available in these industries. All right, enjoy the day. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, Dr. DeVivo. I mentioned that I was a student at Vaughn, but I failed to mention that I was also a part-time professor there. I was given the opportunity to give back to the students, and many of my former students are air traffic controllers with me at JFK. So I'm very, very proud to see them there. And also my vice president, Habib Ahri, he was in my class. I think he took 2 classes with me, Air Traffic Control 1 and Air Traffic Control 2. And currently, he led the organization for 5 years as the president. I've taken over the past couple of years, but I'm very proud of him to see that he wanted to be an air traffic controller, but he also saw the reward and part of being a pilot. Currently, he's a JetBlue pilot, and I'm very, very proud of him. He always reminds me that I gave him a B+. And he calls me out. So today I'd like an opportunity to get back at him and call him out. So Habib is back there. He's the one with the black shirt right there. He's got he's the one that got the B. You can wave, it's okay. He got ATC 1, he got an A. ATC 2, he got a B+. So he knew ATC wasn't for him, so he switched to the pilot route, which is fine. Just fine. Usually straight A's for air traffic controllers. That's how we like to keep it. When we talk about ATC, let's talk about the C. I also have my former professor here that taught me aviation law, Dominic Proscia. And this is 22 2 years ago, and guess what grade he gave me? My worst grade. And I look at my transcript, and it's like the worst grade. You could look B pluses, A's, all this nice, and then you see a C plus. Yeah, it was aviation law. That's what he keeps asking me. Because I got a C plus in aviation law, he keeps asking me, are you a lawyer? I don't know. We do have lawyers here, though. So I wanted to call you out, just like Habib always calls me out. So I wanted to, but there's a reason I got a C plus. Like I said, I took the M60 bus. There was one time I was sick and I missed an exam. The other time, the M60 bus, the route was flooded. Okay, if you've ever been on the M60 bus approaching, there's like Fairfield Marriott Hotel, that area always floods. Anyway, the bus stopped. The bus driver said, all right, everybody, you gotta get off, and we're not gonna go anywhere, the road is flooded. I crossed the street and took the other bus back home, and I regret it, because I should have maybe walked to Vaughan. Swim, I should have swam to Vaughan. But I'm still proud of my career at Vaughan. We have one of our guest speakers that just came in. Our councilwoman just walked in. I want to call you up and come and speak with us. So as a nonprofit organization, we count on your donations. We count on sponsors like Vaughan College, and we also count on the support of our elected officials. So we have our council member, Shirley Aldebal, here. She's going to say a few words to the community. And it's her first year as our councilwoman, so we're still introducing ourselves to her. But she has come to Little Yemen quite a few times, and she welcomed us to her office right immediately after she was elected. So Shirley, please come up.
Thank you so much. And I have taken the M60 bus, so I feel your pain. Thank you so much for having me here today. It's truly an honor to have you here in the Bronx for this exciting event. I want to begin by thanking the leadership of the Arab American aviation professionals for your incredible work and for the invitation to be part of this program today. Organizations like this play a vital role, not just in aviation industry, but in our community. Your mission to unite, inspire, and mentor the next generation of Arab American professionals in aerospace is powerful and deeply needed. By creating opportunities for young people, whether they dream of becoming pilots, engineers, or leaders in aviation, you are opening doors that might otherwise feel out of reach. What stands out most about AAAP is your commitment to mentorship and guidance. Career pathways, especially in fields like aviation, can be complex and difficult to navigate without support. The resources, networking, and encouragement that you provide are not just helpful, they are transformative. You are helping young adults see what's possible, and more importantly, helping them believe that those possibilities are within reach. And that matters, because when young people have access to guidance, when they have access to people that look like them in positions of leadership, to be role models, and a community that surrounds them, they don't just succeed individually, they lift the entire communities with them. They become the next generation of innovators, professionals, and leaders who will shape the future of this city, this country, and industries around the world. Events like today are so important because they bring us all together. Students, professionals, and leaders share knowledge, build connections, and inspire one another. The sense of community is exactly what fuels growth and opportunity. So again, thank you, AAAP, for your leadership, your vision, and your commitment to uplifting the next generation. And thank you everyone here today for being a part of that mission. I'm proud to stand with you. I look forward to seeing all that you will continue to achieve. Thank you again for allowing me to be part of your program today. And have a wonderful rest of your conference. Thank you.
All right, as Yaqeen mentioned earlier, we have some panels coming up. We have a flight simulator. We're going to be testing you. You have to make a perfect takeoff and a perfect landing, okay? Or the FAA is going to write you up. But you do have an attorney here, so don't worry. She'll make sure you get out okay. We do have, I want to give a shout out to Ihab, Air Traffic Controller at Newark Airport. So thank you very much. Palestinian American Air Traffic Controller. I met him at Vaughan College quite a few years ago. He went to Teterboro Airport. He's been there for a while, and now he's at Newark Airport. We also have Sammy, also a Palestinian American at Newark. We have an Iraqi American Air Traffic Controller at LaGuardia, and me as the Arab American controller at JFK, the first one at JFK. So, all right, we have another guest speaker, our state senator. She was our assemblywoman. We're a little bit outside of her district, but she has kept our community in her heart, and she has not missed one event that our community has held. So I'd like to introduce the state senator, Natalia Fernandez.
Good afternoon, everyone. This should be an exciting afternoon. I'm very excited to be here myself. I am the state senator of just a little bit up the road, but this community is home, and everything that's been happening in the last few years has been really so exciting, and an honor to be a part of the partnership in getting good information out, creating community spaces where we can grow, learn together, and I really want to give Yahe a thanks for leading in this space. This is a very, I'm going to say unique, because I feel like no one talks about pilots and aviation enough. And what we're seeing, I've heard a stat that we're at a shortage of pilots. That's sometimes a reason why some planes are late. So this is really great that you guys are young, interested, and wanting to be in this field and to continue being a representative of our great state in this field. You know, Yahe is a very, I'm just going to say an important friend, a good friend, because he was one of the leading voices after, 9/11, when there was a lot of Islamophobia, when there was a lot of tension, and to just keep pushing forward, showing that we are so much more alike than different, and in interest of aviation. It really is a beautiful thing, and he's come a long way. We've come a long way in seeing organizations like this come up and helping guide the next generation of pilots and aviation specialists. So I'm really proud of you. I thank you for choosing this field. I'm always fascinated of the sky, and it's great to know that we're in good hands when we fly. So congrats to you and the beginning of your career, of your endeavors. One day I hope to take one of your flights, and please keep passing this message, this industry, this area of work. It's a possibility, an opportunity for everyone, and the more that we can show that all of us can be a part of it, the more it will continue to be strengthened. So congratulations, and thank you so much.
All right, so thank you very much, Natalia. Like I said, she's been a great friend. We're going up to Albany next month to celebrate Arab American Heritage Month and Yemeni American Day. They have recognized, the state and the city has recognized Little Yemen here as a cultural district. So that's why we chose this location to host our event, because it is a cultural district officially, and it is officially Little Yemen on the map. I tell people, they're like, where's the event? I'm like, just put Little Yemen in Google, because it took a while to put Little Yemen on the map. Google didn't trust me for a few years. I actually had to get a journalist that interviewed me and walked around. We took pictures, and Google said, well, I guess if a journalist, student journalist from Columbia University can write something about this neighborhood, it deserves a special name. So looking forward to meeting everyone. We have the simulator here. We're going to hopefully take some turns, and I'll be watching those who crash so we can write them up. There's a fine you have to pay for crashing the plane, so make sure you don't crash it, okay? But looking forward to everyone having fun, and thank you all. We'll talk to you in a bit. Also, lunch will be at 1:30, lunch in a half hour. But for now, enjoy the networking, enjoy the simulator, and we'll talk to everyone in a bit. Thank you very much.
always been around little kids. It's always chaos and destruction and panic or something's going to happen. But it's also fatiguing because they're always going, energy is at 125% all the time. But in the real world, flying, for example, it's taken me a long time to figure out what fatigue means to me, how I display fatigue. So some people may think of fatigue as I'm tired, I haven't gotten sleep, I haven't gotten enough time to go home and do this trip or whatever. But for me, fatigue, how I figure out I'm fatigued or I'm getting a little bit of tired is by numbers. I start to mix up numbers. And that's not always good, but it's frequencies for me. So for example, if an air traffic controller tells me, okay, go to 25.7, normally, if I am not tired at all, I will remember it, put it into our communication box, no problem. But when I start to feel a little tired or something like that, I type it in manually into the box and then transfer it over, just so I don't forget. So everybody here, at least airline pilots, everybody manifests fatigue differently. For me, it's numbers. That's my first cue. And at that point, after finishing a flight or getting off the flight, I'm like, wow, I'm really tired now. Obviously, I get the rest that I need to do my next flight or do what I have to do to make sure that I'm fit for duty the next day.
Very good. Yeah. I think everyone here, let's just say you have a 5 p.m. appointment. What time are you planning on getting to that appointment? There are people that will get there at 4:45. There are people that will get there at 5. There are people that will get there at 5:15. So I think also how your body handles fatigue is how organized you are. Organize yourself for the job you're in. If you're always in a hurry, it's going to make you tired. It's going to make you more fatigued. If you're mentally settled into that position, it's completely different. What I'm going to say is, let's say I'm rushing to work, right? Already tired, I'm taking the kids to school, I'm doing so many things. I get in, now I'm running late. When I get to work, my brain is still like going 100 miles per hour. Now, if I had arrived at work 15 minutes early, settled in, took a deep breath, I'm going to handle every situation differently than I would have by just taking that short mental break. So arrive early at your appointments or whatever lessons that you have to do, arrive early, take that mental break before you take a task, especially if it's a safety task. So take that mental break. Could be 5 minutes, could be 15, but it's worth it.
One more thing, fatigue. So the airline industry takes safety really, really important. So if, for example, you're doing 3 flights a day today, and at the end of the day, after rolling delays, you're fatigued, you're tired. You just call the company and you say, I am fatigued. They will give you a hotel room and not call you for 10 hours. And if it's the company's fault after you do your report that you're tired and you couldn't work anymore, you still get paid for the trip that they take you off of. But if it's your fault, if it's your first day at work, you get to work in the morning and you call out fatigued, you can still call out fatigued. They will not penalize you for being tired. They actually thank you. Thank you for telling us you're tired. Here's a hotel, rest. And then they'll figure it out later on. But you'll never get penalized for saying, I can't do it, I'm tired. They'll never put you at fault, whether it's your fault or the company's fault. It's whether you're going to get paid with them or you're going to use your sick time to use the hours that you've called out on. That's just my addition to it as a pilot. I've called out fatigue, not too many times, but when you can't do it anymore, you just say, I'm fatigued. You call the company, you'll get a hotel. They will not bother you for 10 or 12 hours until you're well and ready to go to work. So I have one more question, a couple more questions actually. Safety culture and professionalism. How do you define a strong safety culture in your organization, and what behaviors or leadership actions actually reinforce it today?
All right. I think it's when you're in aviation, you're providing a service. Are you proud that you're providing a service? Do you take pride in your job? That's what it's about. If you take pride in your job and you love doing what you're doing, it makes life so much easier. And everyone around you sees it. Your coworkers, passengers, family members. It's about the pride that you take in doing your job. And I encourage you, if you want to be an air traffic controller or a pilot, don't do it just for the money. The money's great, but don't do it for the money. Do it because you want to serve the flying public. Be proud of that. Be proud of your contribution to aviation. It's going to go a long way. And with that, I think will make your life easier, and your kids will see that you're taking pride in what you do. Whether you carry yourself at work and wear something nice to work, your uniform is always pressed, it means you're taking pride in your job and you're not careless. So it goes a long way.
And to me, just thinking about it from many people I have flown with over many years now, a strong safety foundation, strong leadership entails being able to uphold safety, but also empowering people to speak up when they see something is wrong. And there will be times when that's going to be tested. Whether you're a student pilot, whether you're a pro, whether you're a pilot or you're in another field of aviation, you're always going to be tested. How do I uphold safety, but how am I in an organization that empowers me to speak up without retaliation? Habib gave a perfect example about fatigue. That's obviously surrounds the industry, but it's also all of these programs that we have is to make sure that safety is at the highest priority of everything that you do. But the other part of that is, how do you speak up? When, we have different cultures, we have different, senior captains, senior first officers, junior first officers. How do you get into that mindset of saying something on behalf of safety to make sure that you're protecting the people that you serve, but also the operation that you're a part of?
Very good. And I'll give a shout out to Ala. Ala's right there. Every time I see him, he's so well dressed. And when I run into him at Terminal 4 at JFK, he's walking to his flight. He has like the most perfect uniform. He's like the perfect pilot. If you ever imagined an Arab American pilot, he should be like our role model. Stop covering your face, right there. So when I say how to carry yourself, he carries himself with pride. With pride. And I've walked behind him one time. I think we were like running into each other. He couldn't find me. I couldn't find him. And I see how he walks, and I see the passengers looking at him. They're like, wow, that's like, you see the pilot. You see the respect that pilots get when they walk through the terminal. It's because they're nicely dressed. They're not walking with a swag to the left or to the right. No, they're like almost like military style. So it's very, very important.
All right, so the last question, it's probably for the both of you, probably us three. Lessons from close call. So lessons from close calls, without getting into specifics that can be shared or discussed, what is one close call or industry lesson that significantly changed how you approach safety?
I'll go. Let's think about this, about close calls. Yeah, I won't get into very specific. So I do want to start off with talking about our ASAP program or those sorts of programs that we have, the aviation safety reporting systems that we have. So, you know, human factors, we've spoken about it intensively, I think, today, but human error is always part of what we do. You know, today I went to my car, instead of going into the driver's seat, I went to the passenger seat, and then I'm like, me and my husband had to like switch seats and all that stuff. But anyways, you're always gonna do something wrong, but what lesson you learn from that and how you come out on the other side is what matters. So for me, obviously, we've seen in the industry a lot of accidents, incidents over the last couple of years. And I think that it's important to talk about clear communications. You know, I was just talking to him earlier that 2 days ago I was coming into JFK. I'm like, oh, you guys made me, you know, go around, but it was safety related, right? We lost separation. We couldn't see the airplane in front of us. That was actually like 5 miles in front of us, but there was other factors that didn't enable us to see the airplane. Like the sun was very bright, we just couldn't see it. But there are times when you have to make a call, and it's a safety call, and that's where your training, your experience comes in. But I think making sure that you are clear, you're concise, and your communications is a key in making sure that we uphold safety at all costs.
Yeah, I mean, it's a sensitive topic, but what I'll say is just make sure to accept criticism from those around you, because it will make you a more safer pilot or air traffic controller. If you're the type that you don't like to get criticized, I think you're going to be taking chances. So use the support around you. It's going to make you safer. And we're all going to make mistakes. Every profession, you're going to make mistakes. Just hope and pray that that mistake doesn't lead to anything bad. We talked about fatigue earlier. I remember one time I came home, I was so tired after a long shift. You know, when we're at work, how do you access the airport doors? You swipe through a card. You have your ID, right? When you get home, what do? You have your key. One time I got home and I'm like looking to swipe to get into the house. I'm like, I'm tired. You know you're tired if you're trying to swipe your ID to get into the house. So it does happen, but we just hope, like I said, these mistakes don't lead to anything major.
Just one thing I want to add to the question. You know, in aviation, as we mentioned, safety is very important. It's every airline's #1 priority is safety. We have threat and error management training. We have what's called the Swiss cheese model, which, you know, has to do with threat and error management. At JetBlue, we have something called CAMI, which is her nickname, by the way. It's like confirm, activate, confirm, monitor, intervene. You know, before you activate something, you confirm it. So, you know, just to wrap it up, complacency is what gets you in trouble. It's good, like they both mentioned, take your time, especially if you've been working for a long time and you're fatigued. And that's, you know, in training, we do recurrent training every 6 months, every year, and we do quarterly training online. All of these things, you know, help us, you know, do our operation safely, and, you know, the outcome of the flight is safe, and that's pretty much what we're trained to do. So we're going to wrap up this panel. Thank you all so much for listening, and we'll be back in 5 minutes with a different panel.
Hello. If everyone could please be seated, we have our next panel starting in about 2 minutes. Hello. If everyone could just please find your way to your seats, our next panel is about to start. We get more people seated and stuff, and then
I'm going to bring folks from over there.
okay, that'd be great. You ladies ready? Yeah, I think we'll have to pass it. You look great. Well, yeah. It's no, it looks fine. It looks fine. Yeah. All right, I think we can go ahead and get started. All right, you ladies ready? All right. All right, I think we can go ahead and get started with our second panel of the day, which is women in aviation. I think this is a really important topic that we all, should be talking about, important conversations happening. And as part of AAAP, we are extremely proud to have a great number of women who are making an impact in the aviation industry in all different parts. So today we have with us 3 incredible women who are part of AAAP and who have contributed to the greater aviation industry in general. We have Maram Zayoud, who is an Air Force civilian, Neda Ragland, managing partner at Aero Law Center and a Florida board certified in aviation law. And we have Noor Muzammil, an Airbus 320 first officer. All right, ladies, so thank you for being with us today. Let's start with a quick intro for each of you. Just tell us about what you do and briefly describe your career journey. And let us know if there were any moments in that journey that really made this career click for you.
Maram Zayoud. I'm originally from Jordan, and I've been working in the government job starting from TSA, and now I'm an Air Force civilian. I've always felt that I wanted to be in the government jobs, and I studied aviation science, so I felt they both clicked, so I did just that. TSA and aviation, they go along and they're great. So, yep.
Okay, my name is Netta Ragland. I'm a managing partner, as you said, managing partner at Aero Law Center, which is an aviation law firm. So I'm a lawyer by trade, aviation by enthusiasm. I'm originally from Iran. I was born in Tehran, and I immigrated to the U.S. when I was 6. My path to becoming a lawyer is a little bit different. I did take some time off between undergrad and law school, and I'm a huge enthusiast of aviation, and it was a natural progression to do something with my legal career as well as my enthusiasm for aviation.
Okay, my name is Noor, and I'm originally from Pakistan. I was born over there, and then I came to the United States when I was like about a year. I started flying about 7 years ago. Ever since I was a little girl, I wanted to be an astronaut, and I did go to college. But sooner or later, the flying bug hit me, and I fly for the airlines now.
It's so great to hear the different career journeys you have all had and just the different areas that you just excel in aviation. I want to hear what has been your proudest moment in your career so far.
I think my son looks at me as his role model, and when I started working for the government, that's something he've always, thought it's not very much possible as Arabs, and I think I proved him the opposite, and I think he always, thinks about the government jobs now, and that's what he want to go for. So I think that's what was my moment.
I would say the proudest moment of my career so far is probably getting my board certification in aviation law. It's an extensive process. It takes a lot of time, and you really have to prove to the Bar Association that you're an expert in this area. So lots of testing, and all of your colleagues have to, vet you out and everything. Yeah, I would say that's probably the most proud moment when I did get my board certification. On top of that, what was really excellent for me is I was the youngest person to do it and only the 5th woman to do it and the only Middle Eastern person to ever do it. So very proud of that.
Okay, I have a couple moments that every pilot has that they're proud of, whether that be a check ride pass or type rating pass. I think my proudest moment would be my solo, my first ever solo. Even though I fly at the airlines now, you never forget your first solo. So that would be my proudest moment.
So of course, even when talking about proudest moments, we can't gloss over some of the challenges that I'm sure you all have faced as women in this very heavily male-dominated field. So I do want to hear from you, what are some challenges that maybe almost made you pivot away, but then what kept you in the game?
I think, like I just mentioned, as Arabs, Muslims, we always have that moment of, is this for me? Am I going to be profiled if I go to a government job? And, we can't know if we don't try. And I think that's what I started with TSA. Yes, I was scared in the beginning, but I felt like I was valued, I was appreciated, I was using my Arabic language to help a lot of people, and that made me, feel like I am, I'm useful in my job, and I did my job just right. And I proved a lot of people who told me not to go for a government job, I proved them wrong. We can do it, and we can do just great. And, after that, I felt more confident to move to another job. And that's when I, went to the Air Force as a civilian. I'm still helping people. I'm still doing a great job. And I think everybody can do it. You just gotta take that step.
So I think the area that I'm in is kind of interesting because I'm not only in the legal field, which is very much male dominated to this day, but I also work in aviation. So as we all know, is very male dominated. So I oftentimes, especially at the beginning of my practice, my colleagues, opposing counsel, my clients were all old white men, to be honest. And that's very frightening. It's very lonely. It's very much like no one understands what I have to go through. And unfortunately, as a woman, as a young woman who is, a minority, you do have to prove yourself. And they do put you through tests. And I often found myself that I had to over-prepare above my opposing counsel and my colleagues. And at the time, I thought, why am I doing this? This sucks. But I'm proud that I stuck with it, and now my over-preparedness is the reason that I am so good at my job. What's the question? What was the most challenging moment of your career? All right. There were a lot of challenging moments in my flight history to get to the airlines. I would say the number one thing would be coming to the airlines and, again, being either racially profiled or maybe just not accepted. I would say the number one thing is having support, definitely support of peers, and coming with preparation. When you're prepared and you know your stuff, and whether it be if you fly an airplane, if you're a lawyer, or if you work in any other field, knowing your stuff, no one can lay a finger on you. No one can say anything to you. No matter where you're from, how you look, it's all about being prepared but having support so you can continue going. And then you'll realize that once you have that support, that you are meant to be there. And there's a lot of people that suffer from imposter syndrome, and sometimes we just have to take a step back and realize we deserve to be here.
Those are all really great and inspiring answers. I want to go to each of you specifically now and ask a little bit more about your field. So Maram, we'll start with you. Working in government, how has your experience been shaped both by being a woman and an Arab? And I know you touched on this a little bit, but especially being in such a high security and a very public-facing role.
I will have to admit, in the beginning, I was very scared, and even though I have a thick accent, but somebody, oh, do you speak Arabic? I'm like, because I'm like, I was scared. And actually, I will say this. I always thank everybody that was in my, sometimes you just get lucky with a good manager or a good supervisor. They can always either bring you up and give you confidence, or they can, destroy that. And I was lucky to have people that gave me the confidence to be me, and be, as a woman and as a person who works in the government. I was always, and Arab, Muslim, I was always like, not talk about that. But when I got lucky with good management that gave me the confidence to do just that, I would just, like anybody, just start with hi. Like, yeah, I'm from Jordan, I speak Arabic, I'm Muslim, like I would just roll the whole thing. And yeah, it's, I think I got lucky with good people that made me have more confidence. And it's just that I guess when God sends you the right people in your life, you do just great.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, no, by all means. Okay, so now going to you, from a legal perspective, where do you see aviation evolving, and are there areas where the industry still has catching up to do in terms of when it comes to representation and equity, and then just the larger legal field in general?
Yeah, I mean, to this day, we're in 2026, and there's still a huge gap between male pilots, mechanics, attorneys versus females. Actually, today I was talking with some of the folks over from Aviation High School, and they actually gave me a pretty scary statistic. 10% of mechanics, I think they said, were women, and of that 10%, only 2% are of color or minority, which is, I think that's something that we definitely need to see a change in. From a legal perspective, I think right now we're seeing a pretty massive pilot shortage and mechanic shortage. That's a huge problem in aviation. especially with business aviation, which is where I focus my practice. And in that, I think we really have to push women, and especially minority women, to look at these careers and show them people that look like them can do this. And I think leading by example is a great idea. From a completely legal standpoint, these shortages are going to cause liability issues. Absolutely they are. Airlines are going to see it, repair stations will see it, so it's something that we do need to address, and I think the perfect way to do that is things like this, showing women this is a good career for you.
And Neda will be taking part in our next panel specifically about career pathways, so I'm sure you'll have more to share on your experience in the legal field there. Noor, now coming to you, of course, still kind of on this topic of aviation being a very heavily male-dominated field. I think we see that in most places in the cockpit, especially where you sit. How have you felt that dynamic in real time, and how do you as a person kind of command space and authority? Like you talked a lot about credibility and knowing your stuff, so how have you navigated that throughout your career?
Okay, so that's a great question. It's no secret that the flight deck is mostly 90% males, I've been flying at my airline for about 2 years now, and I've flown with a female captain once. And, she wasn't a minority, even though women are minorities. So I will definitely say that as a minority and double minority, the number one thing is being prepared. And second of all is clearing the air, is yes, I'm from here. And yes, I've been flying for this long. And just also building your own credibility, but without having to completely prove yourself. I would say let your skills talk for you. Show yourself during the flight. Whether it be in following SOPs, whether it be running checklist or just flying, So the biggest thing I would say is building my credibility has been through just coming up, being prepared, maybe even having to over-prepare myself, but if that's what it takes to break a boundary and push limitations in aviation like we're doing, so be it.
Now for anyone who's considering your career paths, we'll get to advice, that'll be our next question, but any misconceptions maybe that people have about your field that you would like to clear or you wish people understood more?
Well, I can just say it's okay to be Arab and work for the government. It's okay to be Muslim and work for the government. Actually, you will be more helpful than anybody else there, because you know how it feels. You will support other people, and you will do just great. It's okay. It's gonna be fine. Just go ahead and do it.
I guess I would say the biggest misconception is, if you go into law, there's really only one path, and that's really not true. For example, you could litigate, you could do transactions, you could go in-house. There's many, many different ways that you could do it. You could even go into business. I think at the end of the day, having a law degree opens a lot of doors to you besides practicing law. I think the number one misconception about being a pilot, especially a female pilot, would be that you can't have a life outside of work. Especially one of a woman that comes with culture. You can be a mother, you can be a wife, and you could be a pilot, and you could do anything in aviation. So it's all about having that support group and having people that love and care about you. So.
And then final question before, I think we have some time if we want to open it up to the audience for questions. But of course, I think everyone's favorite question is any advice you have for people in the audience, any young women here, young men, anyone just looking to get into your field, or life advice, whatever comes to your mind.
I think it's never too late to make your dream come true. I started my journey with the job I love, and with going back to even school, I started all that in the beginning of my 30s. It's never too late. I was a mom, and it's still, I did it, and it's never too late, and just always reach out. This kind of organization, there's so many people that would help. Always reach out. You will always find, yes, you might not be lucky to have a family that might help you. Always reach out to, anybody that would be able to help you. You just don't lose hope, and it's never too late. Just follow your dreams.
I guess my advice to specifically the women in the audience is don't ever let anyone make you feel like you don't belong in a room or at a table that you're sitting at or are in. You are in that room, you're sitting at that table, you deserve to be there, you've earned to be there. Don't ever let anyone make you believe that you don't belong there. So it's hard to do, but keep that in mind. You made your way in, you deserve to be there.
So the last thing I want to say is to encourage all you guys is don't take no as a final answer. Don't let rejection stop you. There will be so many companies out there that might say no to you, that might not take you. Keep applying, whether that's for being a mechanic, for being a pilot, for anything. Keep applying. There are so many companies out there, and whenever your time will come, it will come. But don't get discouraged. Just keep going with it, and don't take no as the final answer.
Thank you all so much. We have about 4 or 5 minutes left. Any questions from the audience? Yeah. I don't know if this reaches, if you want to just come up.
Hi, I'm Sarah. My question is actually specifically for Noor. During Ramadan, I'm a pilot. I'm working my commercial currently. I don't do long haul flights, so I don't really ever have to worry about breaking my fast during Ramadan when I'm flying. What do you do when you're flying different time zones, when the sun's setting at different times? How do you handle that?
That is a phenomenal question, and I wish we talked about it more, about fasting and Ramadan while flying. Honestly, seniority helps a lot, is going to a base where you're more senior and you could pick your days and pick your trips. Typically what I did during Ramadan was I would pick trips that started late, that were red eyes, so I could typically eat, maybe they started at 7 p.m. and I landed at like 4 in the morning or 6 in the morning. It's opposite side of the spectrum, but that definitely helps a lot. The other thing would be, I know we all practice Islam in different ways, but you are forgiven. If you're doing a flight where there's a 2-hour time difference, do the best you can and, make it up, especially as women, we're gonna have to make a couple anyway, at the end. But definitely I would say is seniority matters a lot. And try to swap your trips once you get to the airlines or any company. If you can't do that, do your best. I promise you it will work out. And definitely hydration is key, because when you're flying very high altitudes, hydrate.
Great advice. Any other questions from the audience? Oh, yeah.
Hello, very nice to see you ladies here. I also have a question for Noor. I'm also an aspiring commercial pilot, and I am lucky enough to be surrounded in a flight school with like a lot of women pilots who are also trying to reach the cockpit one day. And one thing that I have heard from fellow aviation students, instructors or something like that, is when we are getting stage checked or doing a check ride with the DPE, and the women are succeeding, they're thriving. We have heard comments here and there where someone's saying, oh, they went easy on you because you're a girl, or something like that. And some girls start to believe that. And then others are thinking, no, I think they went harder on me because I'm a woman. So do you have any advice for girls who are being tested and they are getting feedback and stuff like that that starts affecting their confidence.
So I love that you asked that because funny story was this was a couple months ago. I flew with a junior captain, and he told me you should upgrade to captain. And I said, God willing, I will once my seniority can hold it. And he said, yeah, you know, I wouldn't worry about the training as much because they seem to go easier on women because they want more women captains. And I looked at him, and I'll never forget, I looked at him and I said, actually, I have to work twice as hard to show that I'm qualified, because the stigma that has occurred in this field that women are, first of all, not good pilots, and then second of all, of just the culture that we come from, that maybe we don't deserve to be here. We're DEI hires. So the first thing I would say is us as women, we need to, right then and there, we need to break the air. We need to stand our ground, and we need to say, actually, no, he went harder on me. And we need to tell them, whoever says that, whether it be a male or a woman, that, hey, no, that's not the case here, that I did prepare and I did study, and I passed because off of my own merit. And second of all would be joining support groups, whether that is, you know, there's a lot of organizations, Lady Flying, there's Women with Wings, there's obviously Women in Aviation just for women, but I would say having a circle and staying with your circle of women in that flight school is going to help you out so much, because you will talk about just situations and problems that you all are dealing, and you'll deal with it together. So
Thank you all so much. Yeah, no, round of applause for everyone. Thank you so much for such a great panel, such great answers. I'm sure we all learned a lot from that. So thank you. And everyone, we have our education and careers pathway panel coming up in about 5 to 10 minutes. So we'll keep you all updated. But thank you again.
All right, we're going to start our last panel. I have some good news for everybody. You ready to hear it? Who's ready to hear some good news? We've moved up the dinner to 5 p.m. instead of 6. Is that good news? All right. And after this panel, we're going to announce the winners, the raffle winners. We have some intro flights. We have an iPad mini. Who would like an iPad mini? All right, well, you got to hang in here if you want it. All right, please take a seat. We're going to get started. Please take a seat. Thank you for joining us, wherever you want to go. Hi there. All right, we're going to get started, please. All right, we got an exciting panel. I'll introduce the panel. I will start from my left, my old professor. I say old because it was 20-something years ago, and now I'm a grandfather, so you're definitely old. So, Dominic Proscia, Vice President of Training at Vaughn College. We also have Deidre Wilson, CEO of Aerostar Training, and Nadar Ragland, Aero Law Center. All right, they've asked me for some easy questions. So what I've done is I've done the opposite. I've asked them super hard questions, especially my professor. This is the first time ever I get to ask him questions. So he's going to have special questions, ladies, okay? You get the easy ones. You get the open-ended questions, he gets the closed-ended questions, so he'll always get them wrong. All right. We'll start. How would you describe the biggest changes in pilot training over the past decade, and what has driven those changes? So I'd like to start with my professor, Dominic.
Well, I think the idea of a good standard curriculum is important, and it always has been important in all aviation training, whether it's pilot training, air traffic control training, aviation maintenance training. I think the movement towards airman certification standards have straightened in all of those type of curriculums. The expectations of a person going through programs, the monitoring and the surveillance by the FAA is an important part of that. The compliance with rules and regulations. is an important part of that. The entire aviation industry is built on discipline, is built on professionalism, and you're going to see that in anything you do in these industries. So it's not just pilot training. It's every type of training as you move along here. It's really important to play by the rules in this industry. There's not too much abstract learning that you're going to be doing. So it's a really neat place to learn something, how to do it right, to repeat things over and over. And I think that's important, that repetition, that learning, and then continuing to learn, continuing to grow. That, I think, is the biggest change, that the culture of the industry has evolved to maintain safety as the foremost thing, to be put ahead of anything else, to move the education in training forward.
Deidre, same question for you. What has changed over the past decade, in your opinion?
Well, I'm going to have to say technology. What I have seen over the last decade is student readiness from a decade ago versus now. The students can come to us with 300 hours and they fly the Airbus and Boeing simulator like they've flown for the airlines. It's amazing to see the preparation that they have available to them at their fingertips on the iPads, programming, the simulator, the McDo, everything. The amount of technology that's available to these pilots these days compared just from a decade ago, it allows them to not only be professional, but to be ready when they come to training, and also it allows them to understand what they're going to experience while they're in training. So it's not so intimidating when they finally get to the simulation world. So technology to me has, just from my time doing aviation, everything from technology in a sense of studying for pilots to electronic record keeping as well, curriculum based. Everything's online, virtual. Everything's at our fingertips now. And that has made a tremendous amount of difference when it allows more time for pilots to prepare professionally.
What changes have you seen, in your opinion?
Well, I don't know how much I can contribute to that as far as pilot training, right? But I think something that I've seen from a FAA enforcement standpoint is that the FAA in the last, I would say, handful of years has taken the approach of corrective measures versus penalizing and being very harsh when people do make mistakes, when pilots make mistakes. And I think the reason for that is they're really trying to push the disclosure, like disclosing when you make a mistake, and taking more of a corrective approach rather than, dropping the hammer on them, so.
Can I add on something that Deidre said? Gamers. This made the news. You are 100% right that technology has evolved. The recognition by Secretary Duffy that gamers are someone that the FAA is looking at to become air traffic controllers. Special type of mindset is in that, so they're looking at that. So that's pretty neat and upcoming.
And you know what's unique about gamers and air traffic control? It's almost, yes, it is like a video game. Big difference is you can't lose. You have to win every time. So that is the biggest difference. All right, so how are organizations balancing the need to meet hiring demand with maintaining rigorous training and safety standards? We'll start with Deidre.
I want to say structure. It's very important that an organization has structure. It allows a more efficient type program for the individual. So when the student comes to you for training, they know exactly what they're going to expect. There's standardization amongst the crew as well. So when you have a flight instructor and you may need to go to another flight instructor, everybody's teaching the same curriculum, same standardization, and the end result is always good proficiency with the pilot regardless of what touch points they had within the training curriculum. Complete structure is very key when you're in flight training.
I'll go a little bit on that too. It's true. That does follow, and we see it in aviation maintenance training. We see it in air traffic control training. It's that structured approach is very important. When the move turned to aviation or to airman certification standards, that structure was built that everyone has to do the same thing. You have to have the same skills, the same knowledge, the same understanding how to solve problems. So again, you're right on.
So I'll go to the other question, and I think our attorney can assist with this answer. What advice would you offer aspiring pilots on how to approach their training and career development to become strong, competitive candidates in the industry?
Well, I would say that make yourself as marketable as possible. What that means is, go through your training program, do the best that you can. If you can double up and perhaps get, a mechanic's license as well, that's also really great. But making yourself marketable is something that you want to focus on. I would also say that keep good records. That's more for like FAA compliance stuff. Just make sure you're logging everything and you're very good about that. Starting that early in your career is going to be, that's going to set kind of a habit for you, and that's a good habit to start. I can't tell you how many times I've had sloppy logbooks, and we're dealing with the FAA, and that's the one way to really piss off a FAA agent.
What advice would you offer aspiring pilots?
The advice I would offer is to stay disciplined. It is not an easy task to become a pilot, as everyone has probably encountered at some point today. But being disciplined is key, but also build a network. You want to network with people. It's good to have mentorship. It's good to network with local organizations, chapters, and once you get to a point when you're a mentor, you're also going to look back and say, I helped all these pilots along the way. So it's good to have mentorships. It's good to make sure that you build a network as well. Stay disciplined. Don't let failures let you down, because those are failures you won't do again, but they help the success of your future too. So that's what I would add.
As the mic comes this way, I'm always going to grab it and talk. So someone said on, I think it was the last panel, you're gonna feel like somebody's gonna say no to you, or you're gonna fail at something, or something's gonna get in your way. Don't let that get you down. Aviation industry is a big community. Everyone in this wants to see you succeed. So keep on knocking on those doors. Keep on doing the right thing. Do what you have to do to get through it. And if you need it, ask for help. I will guarantee you people are out there to help you. You got a room full of people here that want to see you succeed. You ask any one of us, we'll tell you our stories. You can tell us your story, and we're going to tell you how to get from point A to point B, because everyone wants to see people come into this industry.
Very good. Very important question, which is, I feel like pilot shortage, air traffic control shortages, all these shortages, it's been like decades. We keep talking about the shortages. What do you think we can do to finally address the shortages? If you had the power to change one or two things, what would it be? We'll start with you.
I think it's awareness, letting people know at a very early age that this is a great industry to get into. And that has to be done at the grade school level. Elementary school, people have to realize that it's not just pilots and flight attendants. There's airport managers, there's air traffic controllers, the people behind the scenes that you don't see that are running these companies. It's getting people, it's getting school counselors to become aware of all of these fields. And I think that's a huge problem right now, because the counselors, they don't understand this industry fully. I know when we have events with school counselors at Vaughan College, they're blown away. They never realize the opportunities. And it's not just a chance to get a job, but it's a chance to get a real good job, a high-paying job, a high-paying career. I mean, how many careers, like an aviation mechanic, they can turn around in a couple of years, they can make $100,000 in this environment right away. A pilot, the top pay for pilots is incredible. An air traffic controller, I hear they don't do that bad either. It's a great industry to get into. So the awareness of the opportunities in here, it's absolutely amazing. I don't even remember the question you asked me, but I'll just go with it and pass the mic along.
That was such a great answer. I don't know if I have one now. Outside of awareness, I want to say to be inspirational to others. You know, when I was growing up, there was no such thing as aviation programs at my high school. There were no chapters. There were no women in aviation. There wasn't such a thing. I had some really great mentors throughout my professional career, and although the awareness was there, the inspirational side is what did it for me. Going up on my first flight and traveling my first country flight to go explore different cultures. So being inspirational to others and telling them, oh yeah, you want to be a pilot, let's show you a little bit. I think that's key, because we can do awareness so much, but being inspirational too adds to it. So I think it's twofold.
Yeah, I mean, you guys hit it like right on the nail. Yeah, I think that outreach is very important, especially in minority communities, like what we're doing here today. You know, a lot of minorities, specifically women and minorities, women are minorities. You know, they don't have that concept in their mind that becoming a pilot is even something in their realm. And I think by example and by outreach, we can, you know, kind of let them know this could be you, you know, so.
All right, last question, and I'm going to make it a little personal question. I've mentioned to a few individuals today that sometimes you feel like you want to give up. Just training is difficult, school is difficult, a lot of homework, you have a job, you have this, you have that. And, you know, I keep telling them, hang in there. Hang in there, just make sure you have support around you. I want to ask each one of you, if you can give us an example where you did feel like you wanted to give up, and what changed you? Was it support or something? If you can give a specific example for the candidates here, because I think that's the most common question that I've heard today is, it's hard, I don't know if I can do it. And I've told them 2, 3, 4 times you're going to feel like giving up, but don't give up. But I want a personal answer from you on how and why you should not give up.
Well, first of all, if I could do it, anyone could do it. I'll tell you that right now. Look around the room. Everyone in here was in that same situation. I'm going to go a little bit different, but it's really the same result. My pathway to aviation was longer than most people's pathway. When I was growing up, I'm first generation. My parents didn't speak English. Came over to this country. I'm born. They wanted my dad was a construction worker. Didn't want me to go into a laborious occupation. Wanted me to go to a private high school. Wanted me to get into something like computers. So I did that. I followed that pathway, even though when I was like 7, 8 years old, I knew I wanted to work on airplanes. I knew I wanted to be there. That first flight at JFK Airport, looking at that nose of the 747 blew me away. I knew right there, right? That was my moment. But I followed my parents' advice, did what they wanted to do, went to school, went to computer science. God bless you. I don't know how you do it, but I cannot do that. Took me 3.5 years of college to realize this is not for me. So I went back and went into aviation afterwards. I went to College of Aeronautics back then. Currently it's called Vaughn College of Aeronautics. And to me, it was the best thing I ever did. I had to tell myself it was the right thing. So I listened to me.
You know, I think I have these challenges on a weekly basis, honestly. Some bigger than others. some a lot bigger than others. I want to say that what keeps me going is you have to have cheerleaders behind you. Because so many times, you know, you see people's successes, but you don't tend to see their failures. And the failures you don't want anybody really to see, but you have to have cheerleaders behind you. They put you back in the ring and say, keep going, you're on the right path. Because without that type of support system, you know, there's been plenty of times I'm like, what am I doing? I should be growing ferns or having a donut shop or something like this. But there's been times where I look at these projects that I'm doing and I'm like, there's not anybody doing these. And maybe there's a reason. And then my support system, my cheerleaders are saying, it's because you need to be the first one to do it. So you need to keep going. So there's challenges on a weekly basis, whether it's small, large, I treat them all the same. And I think to myself, if I don't do it, I at least try, then I'm gonna regret. But take the risk, because what's the worst gonna happen? You'll end up in the same spot you're already at now. You didn't try it, you might have failed. Okay, it wasn't meant for me, but you keep going. And there has been failures, but there's been a lot of successes too. So find the cheerleaders to stand behind you to help you whenever you definitely want to quit.
All right, let's see, a personal failure. Okay, so I went to law school in Michigan, which is where I'm originally from. That's right. But I decided right after law school that I was going to take the Florida bar instead of the Michigan bar exam. It sounded like a good idea at the time, you know, but I ended up taking the exam 2 months after graduation. I did not prepare enough. I knew that I hadn't prepared enough. And what happened? Of course, what you think happened. I failed that first bar exam. It was devastating. I'd never failed like that in my life. I wanted to just throw my hands up and say, forget it. I'm going back to Michigan. I'll find something else to do. After the initial shock, I calmed down, I thought about it, and I said to myself, I owe this to myself. I worked way too hard to get to this point. Why would I stop right in front of the finish line? I owe it to my community, and I owe it to my parents who came here as immigrants. I came here as an immigrant. I owe it to that entire community. I have to do this. And that's what drove me to do it. And guess what? I passed. I not only passed, but I was one of the highest scores in the state for that testing period.
All right, we talk about, this is the question just for the lawyer. The FAA is always like, ooh, you know, we're all scared of the FAA. Even the people that work for the FAA are scared of the FAA. What is the most common issue that you see that comes to your firm that people run into?
So specifically with pilots, I would say there's kind of two common themes that I've noticed. One is a medical issue, something with their medical that the pilot tried to conceal, somehow it comes out, and now they're in a little bit of trouble. So that's an issue. And, you know, my advice there is don't try to game the system, you know. If there's truly something that's affecting your medical certificate, we need to get ahead of that. The second thing that is pretty common and unfortunate, I think, is DUI arrests. That happens quite a bit, and it's an issue. So, you know, you try to work with the FAA and get to some sort of corrective measure, something that they can kind of do to keep your license, but it's an uphill battle for sure. And so my advice is don't drink and drive. In this day and age with Uber and Lyft and all these other things, you know, you worked so hard to get this license. Why would you, why would you make a silly mistake like that? But I think being on top of it to keep your license. It is something you have to actively do. You have to be very careful with it. The last thing you want is a call from the FAA.
All right, that concludes this panel. You'll have 50 minutes of networking before we move on to dinner. And right before dinner, we have a few awards to give out and announce the winners for the raffle. And before I end again, we have Sam, air traffic controller from JFK. I'm going to give him a shout out. Stand up, Sam. Stand up. Look at him. He's turning red. Yeah. So thank you for coming. All right. We'll talk to everybody soon. All right, we're going to do the raffles. If you want to win a prize, you got to pay attention. Pay attention to the numbers, okay? We're going to read them in Arabic. Yes, Arabic. Yeah, what number was that? 22. All right. I'm going to ask, let's see, Ala, come pick the first winner. So so we have 3 winners. First, we'll start with the grand prize. iPad mini. Did you do the raffle? You didn't do it? Okay, put it in. They had their tickets. I just want to make sure. Did you? Oh, they gave you. They put it in here. So they put it in here. So you're good. All right. So Ala, where's Ala? All right. This is the grand prize for the iPad mini. Ala coming all the way from Detroit, Michigan, which could be bad luck, but lucky for somebody.
All right. Mix it up real quick.
You got to read it in Arabic.
Which one? The last 3?
No, read the last 3.
122. 122.
122. 122. 122 for the iPad mini. The last 3 on the ticket is 122. One, two, two. All right, put it to the side. They're going to get a hat later. All right, I told you Detroit is bad luck. Go to Detroit, they're going to take your iPad mini.
واحد وثلاثين. 31.
031 031 031. Akram is choking. It's not him. He lost his ticket. Abu Saleh lost his ticket. He lost his iPad too. Okay, 031. 031, last 3, 031. Told you, all right, they're going to get a hat.
Oh, man. The kids? You think it's the kids that, maybe the kids that came?
Maybe. All right, let's go. This is the last one for Ala. That's it. It seems like he's bad luck.
رقم 3. Number 3.
003 003. Oh, wow. Nice. No, that's 300. No, I'm just kidding. All right, congratulations, brother. Very nice. I scared him. I made him look twice. All right. Thank you, Ala. That was your last shot anyway. All right. Let's pick another person to... Michael Blake. Mr. Blake, come up. Let's see if we have better luck with you. He's from the Bronx. I think we're going to have better luck with someone from the Bronx. No pressure. Our Detroit guy almost got us lost.
No pressure. What's this prize for?
This is for an intro flight. You get to fly an airplane sponsored by Icarus Flying Academy. Icarus Flying Academy, Edwin, chief pilot at Icarus Flying Academy.
I talked to him. You gave me the pen. I like it.
Oh, very nice. All right, let's see. You got to announce this in Arabic.
All right, so how do I say 5?
صفر
صفر
اثنين
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 صفر اثنين اثنين 022 022. I heard oh man, that means they had a 012. 022
Oh, we got to do it again.
022.
Is that her?
No, she's a pilot. She's an airline pilot already. She's not going backwards. All right. All right, let's do it again. I'll take this one. They're going to get a hat. Wait, hold on. We got another one in there. Announce this one, just to be fair.
Okay, how do I?
صفر
صفر
خمسة
خمسة
أربعة
أربعة.
054 054. Intro flight from Icarus Flying Academy. Come on. We got to do better.
Oh, there's one off. Oh, boy. Oh, my goodness.
054. Intro flight from Icarus Flying Academy. I took my son flying at Icarus Flying Academy. He was 9 years old, and he flew the plane by himself at 9 years old. Yes. If my 9-year-old can do it, anybody can do it. All right. All right, we'll do it again. They're going to get a hat.
Somebody gonna get something?
We're going to give a lot of hats away. All right.
Okay.
Pay attention, people.
Okay.
واحد
واحد
ثلاثة
ثلاثة واحد. 131.
Oh, very nice. All right. Well, it's yours to give. Do you have someone that you want to learn how to fly?
Can you pick random?
No. You don't have that option. No. You're the winner. Icarus Flying Academy is gifting it to you. Make sure you gift it to someone to inspire them to learn how to fly. You do it. That's your homework. You got it? All right, Edwin is right there, the winner. Let's validate your ticket. Come. I want to make sure you, because we said it in Arabic and English. All right, very nice. He is the winner.
He is the winner.
All right, thank you, Mr. Blake. All right, let's see. Aspire? Oh, okay, all right. Okay, so let's see, who do we have? You know what? So, AAAP, you can become an annual member or a lifetime member. We have a new lifetime member, just became a lifetime member yesterday. Brother Rafat, come, you're going to choose this number. You're going to choose this winner. Hopefully there'll be a lifetime winner. You gave us some good luck. Let's go. All right, in Spanish.
016.
016. صفر واحد ستة. صفر واحد ستة. 016. Free flight. 016. Close. He's got 666. No. All right, 016, last call. All right. You're going to get a hat? Yeah, he gets a hat. All right. How many hats do we have back there? We have like 8 hats here.
020.
020? Wow. We got to get out of the zeros. Hold on. Let me take that one. 020, last call, 020. All right, maybe we'll give them a shirt.
Wow, 013.
013, nice. All right. Let's go, we got to validate it. Come over here. Because with AI these days, you don't know. All right, I see his finger. Let me see if it matches this finger. Okay. All right, that sounds legit. Icarus Flying Academy. Go to Icarus. Edwin is right there. He's waving in the back. All right, thank you very much. No hat. He gets to fly. He gets a free flight. All right, who do we have here? Shouqi. He's one of the owners of this establishment. Very generous brother. I have a feeling this is going to be good luck. First shot. First shot, yeah, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt.
The last three numbers, right? 010. 10.
010. 010. Intro flight, the last intro flight from Icarus Flying Academy. 010. 010. Oh, man. All right. Put this one over here.
We go like this.
All right.
That's same thing. 020.
020. 020. More hats. These people keep getting hats. All right, 020. If you know your friend that won, just tell him to come get a hat. All right. Shouqi, this is your third shot. You let me down.
Maybe I should give it myself.
Oh, there we go. We're out of the zeros.
Oh. 116. 116.
116. 116. 116. 116. All right, Shouqi, you're bad luck. You're bad luck. Sorry, man. You let me down. You let me down. All right. Dr. Sharon DeVivo, president of Vaughn College, our main sponsor of the event.
All right, let's see. Got to do this one shot, right?
One shot, that's it.
Do you want to tell me?
Arabic?
Yeah.
صفر
Sofuro?
ستة
Sete?
ستة
Sete.
صفر ستة ستة 066. The last intro flight from Icarus Flying Academy. 066. All right, they're going to get a hat. A lot of hats. Can you bring the hats up here? They're actually pretty nice hats. واحد
Wahed?
ثلاثة
Falata?
سبعة
Sara.
سبعة
Sabah. 137.
137. Oh, all right. Perfect. See? Very nice. Okay, perfect. Congratulations. All right. Edwin, your last winner's right here. You see Edwin in the back? He's going to be waving to you. All right, now we're moving to Avia Flying Academy. Avia Flying Academy. I want one of their team members to come up here and choose it. Avia. So the owner of this flight school is Egyptian American. He's a Delta 7675 captain. He is currently, where is he? In Europe, right?
I think Copenhagen.
Copenhagen, yeah. All right.
I 75. I forget my.
All right, go. You can do it in English.
075.
075. 075. 075. All right, running out of time. 075, because lunch is almost ready. Dinner is almost ready. All right, 075 is getting a hat. All right. Avia Flying Academy. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
126.
واحد اثنين ستة. 126. One, you were close? 126. 126. Going once. 126. Going twice. All right. You get one more shot, buddy.
One more shot.
All right.
068.
068. صفر ستة ثمانية. Last three 068. 068. 068. No? 068? All right, we'll give him one more shot. You got to do it. You got to do it.
Got to do it now. I mean, this is just 044. It must have been.
Yeah?
Can we close it and shake it?
All right, we're going to shake it up. All right. Let's go. Intro flight from Avia Flying Academy.
147.
147. 147, all right. All right, let's see, let's validate it. All right, congratulations, you're gonna go with him to get your intro flight. Okay. All right, let's see who we have. Young lady, you come up. You're from Detroit? Disregard. No, I'm just kidding, come up. All right, we're gonna do it in Arabic, maybe we get better luck.
واحد اثنين what is that? 8 8
واحد اثنين ثمانية 128 128 It's got to be a Michigan thing. 128 All right, I'll take that one. It'll be a conflict of interest if she calls her own ticket.
واحد 6 1
161
Look what I have, 163.
You're getting close. 161 It's you? Oh, all right, Habib one. All right, so you get an inch. Oh, we got to validate it. We got to validate it. Come. No. Because I know him. He was my student. I know him. You got to be plus in my class. Can't trust him.
Let me get to my son.
All right. Avia Flying Academy, go get your prize. Thank you very much, young lady. Okay. Let's see. Mustafa, I have a good feeling. Dominican American brother who speaks Arabic, you got to read it in Arabic. The last intro flight from Avia Flying Academy. We're waiting for dinner. Spanish? Okay. Do one number Spanish, one number Arabic. All right.
Okay, the last three?
Yeah, the last three.
واحد ثلاثة اثنين 1 3 2 1 2 3
No, 132.
132
132. 132. 132. 132. I'm starting to question if it's like a Bronx and Detroit issue here. Oh, man. I'm losing faith in the Bronx.
the same thing. واحد ثلاثة 6
136. 136. 136. Whoa, we got a winner. Oh, very nice. All right. Avia Flying Academy, go right there. Get your prize. Well, thank you, Mustafa. That was the second time? So the Bronx isn't so bad. All right. Who do we have? Maran. Yes. Detroit was bad luck. Bronx is 50-50. Philly's probably like 20-50. Like worst case. This is like 10% chance here.
Let's see.
120
Arabic?
120
120. 120. I called the number twice? Yes, this thing is rigged. This thing is rigged. Somebody said very. All right.
Zero 76 076.
076? All right. No. 076, no go. All right. Pick another one. Last shot for Philly.
100. Mia.
100, 100. 100, 100, 100. All right, one more chance. He said one more chance, one more chance, one more chance. All right, last chance.
067 067. Oh.
067? 67? 067? No? That's why the kids are laughing, because you said 67. It's exciting the kids. All right, Jack. Retired law enforcement. Primerica. I think Primerica is going to give us good luck. That's where the money is.
027.
027.
027.
027? She got it? Oh, nice.
1 for 1.
Nice. All right.
We have to go to the coach.
That sounds good.
It's a match.
All right, congratulations. So we have Aspire Aviation, intro flight from Aspire Aviation. Congratulations. All right. Listen, we were going to raffle out some hats and t-shirts. I think we've had enough. I'd like to call Yaqeen up here for our... One more. No? No, that's it. No, that's put your ticket back in your pocket. No. All right. The kids are asking for one more. The kids are asking for one more. No. All right, they're asking for one more. What we'll do is the organization will sponsor one intro flight. Hopefully you win. You know what? How many of you want to fly a plane? How many of you? 9 of them, right? Have you flown a plane before? Never? Okay. The people that raised their hands, let me see. Which one is that? Oh, you too. Okay, perfect. Give me your tickets. All right. For the people that are, okay. You haven't flown a plane yet? You work at JFK. All right. Okay. Where's Dominic? Yeah. I have a feeling we're going to put these in the hat. These kids have never flown before. Uh-oh. All right, we'll do it over. Do it over.
Everyone come get a ticket again.
Wait, hold on. This kid just gave me 2 pieces of ticket. Okay. Listen, does anyone, listen, how we'll do it. I'm going to give you all, the people that came up, come write your name on the ticket. We're going to do this one more time. But make it quick. You have 60 seconds to write your name. Can we get some pens from back there?
Pens there. I'm gonna put Sam's. We got some pens right here. Okay.
All right, write your name on the tickets. Write your name on the tickets and put it back inside. I'm functioning on 3 hours of sleep, so forgive me. Take this one. Write your name on one of them. Here. Write your name on this. Okay. You got a name here? You got names? Perfect. Sam, yes. All right. Yeah. Oh, write his name on it. Yeah. Write his name on it.
Where do you get the wrapper papers anyway?
Okay, give me the pen. All right, here we go. You can keep the pen, keep the pen. Keep the pen. All right. I got some good news for you guys. We had Ahmed come up here to me. We had Ahmed come up to me. Where's Ahmed? Ahmed came up to me. He's going to donate an intro flight, so we're going to give away 2 intro flights. So your chances just doubled. All right, let's go. My old professor, you can pick 2 of them.
Now, if you win, congratulate me, thank me. If you lose,
This is like a win-win. I feel like this is everybody's winning with you. All right. Sanad. Oh, Showki's son.
I have a feeling there's an old guy.
Who's AWF?
Hey.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. All right. So what we'll do is, let's see, Sanad, go to Avia Flying Academy. Go to Icarus Flying Academy. Take their information. So Icarus and Avia, 2 more intro flights. All right. Congratulations. You ready to fly the plane?
Yeah. Yes.
Tell them your name. Tell them your name. Say, my name is Sanad Houter.
My name's Sana Tata.
Yeah.
Very good. All right. Yaqeen?
All right, everyone. I know everyone's hungry, so we're going to get to food soon. But before wrapping up, we really want to thank some people who made today possible, who we really can't get by without their support. So first of all, in sincere appreciation of your generous contribution of 2 aviation scholarships and support of aspiring aviation professionals, and your commitment to education and opportunity that is helping shape the next generation of leaders in aviation, we'd like to thank Aerostar Training Services. So if you could come up, everyone please a round of applause for Aerostar Training Services. Thank you so much. Do you want to get a photo with Yahya? And second, a very, very, very special thank you to our main sponsor for this event, Vaughn College, in appreciation of your generous support as the presenting sponsor of the first ever AAAP Professional Networking Summit. Your commitment to education, innovation, and the advancement of the future of aviation professionals plays a vital role in shaping the future of this industry. So thank you so much to Vaughn College.
Thank you. Ooh, nice.
Thank you. And lastly, we're going to have Habib and Maram come up. We have one more special award for tonight. So hold your applause.
So this award is going from AAAP to Yahya Ubaid, the president that is currently of our organization. This is for your visionary leadership and tireless efforts on behalf of our members and the youth of our community. Your impact will inspire the generations to come. Yahya, please come up here.
Somebody's getting in trouble. they did surprise me with this one. Whose idea was it?
Me and Madame, well, she texted me, and then we just said, let's do it. It's a good idea.
Little bit of bad news, don't blame me. They said they need another 15 minutes for dinner. So in the meantime, finalize some networking, take some pictures, enjoy these last few minutes with each other before we go and eat dinner. And dinner today, it's my favorite thing that I order when I come to this establishment. It's my favorite. I'm not gonna tell you what it is. But all I know is I skipped lunch, and I'm gonna be the first one sitting at a table. There's no lines, so the food will be placed on the table when we get in, so you don't have to stand in line. But I will be there first because I skipped lunch, and it's my favorite meal. I don't eat salad. What's wrong with you?